Before we begin, take a moment to settle into a comfortable position and let the noise of the day drift quietly away. In this video, we'll travel slowly through the entire history of ancient Japan, from its earliest peoples and the first pottery in the world, all the way to the rise of powerful clans and the birth of the samurai. Long before the written word touched the islands now known as Japan, long before courts, capitals, and warrior clans shaped the rhythm of daily life, the land itself existed in a state of quiet transformation. Mountains formed over restless earth, rising slowly until their peaks pierced drifting clouds. Rivers carved patient paths through valleys, carrying snowmelt toward the distant sea. Forests of cedar and pine grew thick along the slopes, where light filtered through branches and illuminated moss-covered stones. Across the coastlines, waves washed against smooth pebbles and sandy shores, pulling back again and again in a steady rhythm that seemed to breathe with the passage of time. The wind carried scents of salt, earth, and leaves, whispering through groves and over open plains where no human footsteps yet marked the soil. The first people arrived gradually, long before memory, during eras when the globe's climate shifted between cold glacial periods and warmer intervals. Land bridges that no longer exist connected regions that today are separated by wide stretches of water. Groups of early humans, small in number but resourceful in spirit, traveled these passages, drawn by the promise of new hunting grounds, fresh water, and shelter. They crossed into the archipelago and began to inhabit caves, forest clearings, and riverbanks, leaving behind only fragments of tools and faint traces of their presence. These earliest inhabitants formed the foundation of what would eventually become the Jomon culture. As time passed and the last ice age retreated, the environment warmed and the rising seas shaped the archipelago into the familiar configuration of islands. People adapted to these changing surroundings with remarkable resilience. The cultural pattern that archaeologists would later call Jomon began to develop, spanning thousands of years and forming one of the longest continuous cultural traditions known to prehistory. The Jomon people lived as hunter-gatherers and foragers, sustained by the resources of forests, rivers, lakes, and coasts. Their relationship with the land was intricate and deeply attuned to seasonal rhythms. In spring, they gathered edible plants and fished in rivers swollen with new life. In summer, they moved through dense forests in search of nuts, berries, and game. Autumn brought rich harvests of chestnuts and acorns, while winter demanded careful planning and cooperation to endure the colder months. One of the most distinctive features of Jomon culture was their pottery. Crafted as early as 14,000 years ago, these vessels stand among the oldest pottery creations in the world. They bear the imprint of cords pressed into the clay before firing, giving them the cord-marked patterns that define the name of the culture itself. Over generations, the pottery became increasingly sophisticated, with some pieces featuring elaborate decorations that appear almost sculptural. These vessels were used for cooking, storage, and ritual, revealing a people whose artistic expression blended seamlessly with daily utility. The care devoted to these creations suggests that the Jomon valued both the practical and the symbolic aspects of their tools. Their homes were primarily pit dwellings, shallow depressions in the earth roofed with wood and thatch. These structures provided insulation against the weather and anchored communities in small villages scattered across the islands. Archaeological evidence reveals clusters of such dwellings arranged around central spaces where people likely cooked, shared food, and strengthened the bonds that guided communal life. Shell middens, composed of countless discarded shells, formed near coastal settlements and stand today as tangible reminders of the abundance provided by the surrounding seas. The Jomon people developed tools from stone, bone, and wood. Their stone points, fishing hooks, grinding stones, and woven baskets reflected both ingenuity and adaptability. Yet their cultural world extended beyond mere survival. The clay figurines known as dogu often shaped with delicate patterns or exaggerated features, suggest ritual or symbolic significance that remains partly mysterious. Scholars debate their exact purpose, whether representing fertility, protection, or spiritual beings. But what is clear is that the Jomon created objects imbued with meaning, shaped by a worldview that saw the natural world as alive with unseen forces. Although no written records exist, archaeological discoveries suggest that the Jomon likely held beliefs centered on nature, cycles of life, and the presence of spiritual energies in mountains, rivers, animals, and celestial bodies. For thousands of years, this way of life persisted, evolving gradually but maintaining a core continuity. Across regions, variations in pottery styles and tool-making techniques emerged, showing that communities adapted their practices to local environments while sharing broader cultural patterns. Trade networks stretched across the islands, allowing the exchange of goods such as obsidian, shells, and crafted items. These connections strengthened ties between distant groups and ensured that knowledge and traditions flowed from one region to another. Over time, the Jomon world began to encounter subtle but profound changes. Population growth, shifts in climate, and external influences slowly altered the balance that had sustained communities for millennia. The arrival of new technologies and cultural practices from the Asian mainland marked the beginning of transitions that would reshape the islands. Among the most significant developments was the introduction of wet rice agriculture, brought by groups who migrated into the archipelago or interacted with existing populations. This agriculture opened the door to a new era that would transform the landscape. As rice cultivation spread, communities began to organize themselves around the needs of the fields. Irrigation systems, seasonal planting cycles, and cooperative labor. Rice required careful tending and provided yields far greater than foraging alone, making it possible to support larger populations. The shift toward agriculture did not occur all at once. For centuries, Jomon practices coexisted with the new techniques brought by people of the Yayoi culture. Yet over time, rice farming became increasingly dominant, altering settlement patterns and drawing communities to regions with fertile land. With agriculture came other innovations, such as bronze and later iron tools, which improved farming efficiency and reshaped daily life. Pottery styles became simpler and more utilitarian, reflecting the practical demands of agricultural society. Metal weapons and ornaments indicated new forms of social differentiation, as some individuals or families gained greater influence through control of land, resources, or specialized knowledge. Village structures grew more complex, and in some regions, defensive features such as moats appeared, suggesting rising concerns about conflict or competition. The growing prominence of agriculture gradually eroded the Jomon way of life. Although foraging remained important in many regions, the balance shifted decisively in favor of farming communities. These changes marked the transition into the Yayoi period, an era defined by the mixing of indigenous traditions with new practices brought from the continent. People learned to cultivate rice in irrigated paddies, to smelt metal, to weave textiles, and to shape social structures around new forms of cooperation and hierarchy. As villages expanded and social distinctions became more pronounced, chiefs and clan leaders emerged to coordinate labor, manage resources, and oversee rituals tied to agricultural success. Their authority extended across multiple settlements, forming regional power structures that allowed for greater coordination and influence. This early political consolidation laid the groundwork for the emergence of larger clans, alliances, and the beginnings of a more unified form of governance. Even as these new patterns took shape, the land retained much of its ancient atmosphere. Forests still stretched across the islands, rivers continued to wind through valleys, and the cycles of the seasons shaped every aspect of life. The people living through these transformations carried with them the memory of earlier ways, even as they embraced new forms of living. Their traditions, beliefs, and skills blended into a cultural tapestry that would continue to evolve. Through the combined influence of agricultural innovation, rising social complexity, and ongoing contact with continental cultures, Japan stood at the threshold of an era that would forge the foundations of its first political institutions. New hierarchies, new technologies, and new relationships between clans were forming, setting the stage for the monumental changes that would define the next chapter in the island's ancient past. As the Yayoi period progressed and rice cultivation became deeply rooted in daily life, the communities scattered across the islands transformed in ways that reshaped their relationships with the land and with each other. Villages grew larger and more permanent, organized around fields that required year-round care. The shimmering expanse of rice paddies during the growing season reflected not only sunlight, but the growing interdependence of the people who maintained them. These fields demanded coordinated labor, from planting to irrigation to harvest, binding communities together under the authority of those who could lead and manage such efforts. The introduction of bronze and iron tools further enhanced the stability and productivity of these agricultural societies. Bronze, with its warm hue and smooth finish, was used for ritual objects, mirrors, and weapons whose presence in burials indicated status and influence. Iron tools, more durable and practical, revolutionized the way people cleared fields, built structures, and shaped the environment around them. With iron axes, hoes, and plows, the landscape could be transformed more efficiently than ever before, enabling the expansion of farmland and the rise of settlements in new regions. As agriculture became central to survival, social structures evolved to reflect the growing complexity of village life. Leadership roles emerged more clearly, often centered on families who controlled the most fertile land or commanded the loyalty of the largest groups of workers. These leaders coordinated farming activities, oversaw regional trade, and performed rituals to ensure prosperous harvests. Their influence grew especially strong when combined with access to metalwork, which provided both economic power and symbolic prestige. Trade networks expanded across the Japanese archipelago, connecting distant communities that exchanged goods such as pottery, metal tools, woven textiles, and ritual items. These networks also facilitated the spread of knowledge and ideas. People traveling between regions carried with them new techniques for farming, building, and crafting. Connections with the Korean peninsula remained especially important, providing a steady flow of innovation. Immigrants and traders from the peninsula brought specialized skills in metallurgy, weaving, and construction, contributing to the rapid development of Yayoi society. Though the exact scale and nature of migration remain subjects of scholarly study, there is strong evidence that these interactions significantly influenced population growth, cultural practices, and technological advancement during this era. As Yayoi society grew more structured, burial practices began to reflect increasing distinctions between individuals and families. Some graves contained only simple pottery and tools, while others, believed to belong to chiefs or leaders, held elaborate bronze mirrors, weapons, and decorative objects. These items reveal not only personal status, but the expanding role of ritual and symbolism in social life. Leaders may have served as intermediaries between the human community and the spiritual forces that were believed to govern natural cycles, further legitimizing their authority. Over time, clusters of powerful families gained influence over wider regions. As these families expanded their networks through marriage, alliance, and exchange, their authority grew to encompass multiple villages. These emerging clans would eventually shape the political landscape of the archipelago, paving the way for the development of larger political units and more formalized governance. The alliances they forged and the rivalries they nurtured set the stage for future conflicts and consolidations, giving rise to the structures that would define subsequent eras. The Yayoi period also witnessed the first signs of fortified settlements, often characterized by ditches, palisades, or elevated structures. These fortifications suggest that competition for land, resources, or political influence had begun to intensify. Whether as a means of defense against rival communities or as symbols of a group's strength and cohesion, these fortified sites indicate that power dynamics were becoming increasingly complex. Some regions, especially in northern Kyushu, show evidence of early conflicts, and these may have influenced the broader trajectory of social organization. Amid these developments, a figure emerged in historical records from the Chinese kingdom of Wei, an individual known as Himiko, who ruled a confederation of communities referred to as Yamatai. While the precise location of Yamatai remains a subject of scholarly debate, and the details of Himiko's life are based entirely on external accounts rather than Japanese records, the Chinese chronicles describe her as a shaman queen who governed through a combination of spiritual authority and political leadership. She sent envoys to the Wei court, receiving recognition and diplomatic gifts, indicating that at least some parts of the archipelago had begun to form political structures capable of engaging with powerful neighbors. Whether Yamatai lay in northern Kyushu or in the Kinai region, the appearance of Himiko in Chinese records shows that early Japanese societies had developed the complexity required for long-distance diplomacy. Her reign, as described by external sources, suggests a society in which spiritual authority and political governance were intertwined, reflecting a pattern that would continue in various forms throughout Japan's ancient history. After her death, internal conflict reportedly erupted, an event that highlights the fragile nature of early political unity during this period. The influences flowing from the Asian mainland continued to deepen, especially as the archipelago approached the end of the Yayoi era. As people traveled, traded, and exchanged knowledge, the seeds were planted for the dramatic changes that defined the era to come. In the regions that would later become central to Japan's early state formation, clan leaders began to consolidate their power, creating alliances that spanned larger territories than ever before. Monumental structures started to appear, signaling shifts in political authority and cultural expression. These developments marked the beginning of a transition into the Kofun period, named for the large mounded tombs that rose from the earth like silent monuments. These tombs reflected the growing power of certain clans whose leaders commanded the labor of large populations and possessed resources to build structures on a monumental scale. Some of these tombs stretched hundreds of meters in length, shaped in keyhole-like forms that would become iconic symbols of early Japanese political authority. Their appearance signaled that society had moved far beyond small agricultural villages and had grown into a network of regional polities capable of coordinated monumental construction. In the centuries that followed, the power of these clans expanded further, and new political structures emerged. As leaders sought to unify larger territories and establish enduring systems of governance, the stage was set for the rise of the Yamato state, whose influence would eventually shape the formation of the imperial institution. Clans that controlled the most fertile lands, commanded the largest populations, and maintained the strongest alliances began to overshadow smaller groups, creating an environment ripe for the development of a more centralized form of authority. Through these changes, the land itself remained a constant presence. Mountains looked down upon fields that shimmered with green during the growing season, and rivers flowed steadily toward the sea, as they had for countless centuries. While societies transformed and technologies advanced, the connection between the people and the natural world continued to guide their beliefs, rituals, and sense of identity. Whether through the gathering of nuts in forest clearings during the Jomon era or the planting of rice in carefully irrigated paddies during the Yayoi, the rhythms of nature shaped every aspect of life on the islands. As the Yayoi period came to an end and the Kofun era began, the islands of Japan stood at the threshold of a new age defined by the rise of powerful clans, new expressions of authority, and the first foundational steps toward a unified state. The traditions of the past blended with the innovations of the present, carrying the people forward into a period of monumental change. As the transition into the Kofun period unfolded, the landscape of the islands began to reveal new features that reflected the growing authority of powerful clans. These features appeared in the form of immense burial mounds, artificial hills built with deliberate care, rising from plains and valleys in shapes that signified the presence of leaders whose influence extended far beyond their own communities. These tombs, some of them massive in scale, stood not only as places of burial, but as declarations of political strength, symbols of a society moving toward greater complexity and unity. The construction of these mounds required a level of organization and labor that surpassed anything seen in earlier eras. Workers carried soil in countless baskets, shaping it into broad curves and precise edges that produced the distinctive silhouettes still visible across the archipelago. Some mounds were simple circular or rectangular forms, while others took on the keyhole shape, rounded at one end and squared at the other, that has become emblematic of this period. These keyhole-shaped tombs, when viewed from above, resemble enormous symbols etched into the earth, perfectly symmetrical and aligned with features of the surrounding landscape. Inside these mounds, burial chambers were constructed from stone or timber, forming spaces where the deceased were laid to rest with items reflecting their status and achievements. Bronze mirrors polished to shine, swords with carefully forged blades, armor, ornaments, and personal belongings were placed alongside the bodies. Many of these objects show influences from the Asian mainland, indicating active trade networks and cultural exchange. The presence of such items suggests not only wealth, but also the symbolic power attached to these leaders, whose burials were intended to reflect their significance both in life and in the world beyond. The rise of these monumental tombs marks the emergence of regional polities capable of directing large numbers of people and mobilizing substantial resources. Clans grew in strength, expanding their territories and forming alliances with others. Some clans began to dominate entire regions, exerting influence over smaller groups that recognized their authority. Among these rising powers, certain families in the Kenai region, an area rich in fertile land and strategically positioned, grew especially dominant. Their influence gradually extended outward, forming networks of allegiance that tied diverse communities together through shared interests, rituals, and political relationships. This growing concentration of power laid the foundation for what would become known as the Yamato state. Although not a centralized state in the modern sense, it represented the first significant unification of political authority across much of the archipelago. The leaders of the Yamato clan forged alliances with other prominent families through marriage, diplomacy, and shared religious practices. Their position as spiritual and political leaders was reinforced by traditions that connected them to mythological narratives recorded centuries later in texts such as the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki. These narratives, though mythological rather than historical, describe the origins of the islands and trace the lineage of rulers to divine beings, reinforcing the idea that Yamato leaders possessed a unique spiritual legitimacy. According to these myths, deities such as Izanagi and Izanami created the islands and gave birth to divine beings associated with natural forces. Among these mythological figures was Amaterasu, the sun goddess, from whom the imperial family later claimed descent. These myths were not historical accounts, but served as symbolic expressions of a worldview in which political authority, spiritual presence, and the natural world were deeply intertwined. They helped shape the identity of the Yamato rulers and provided a unifying narrative for the people under their influence. As Yamato authority expanded, the court began to adopt cultural, technological, and administrative ideas from the Asian mainland. Interactions with the Korean peninsula intensified, bringing skilled immigrants and envoys who carried knowledge of writing systems, metallurgy, architecture, and organized governance. These exchanges enriched the cultural landscape of the archipelago, allowing Yamato leaders to strengthen their political structures and enhance their influence. Writing, in particular, opened a new realm of possibilities. Although literacy was initially limited to a small number of individuals, the introduction of Chinese characters, allowed for record-keeping, diplomacy, and the preservation of knowledge in written form. During this era, the Yamato court formed close connections with Baekje, one of the kingdoms of the Korean peninsula. Through these ties, the Yamato leaders gained access to advanced technologies, religious texts, and new artistic styles. Skilled artisans traveled to Japan, bringing expertise in metalworking, carpentry, and stone construction. These craftsmen contributed to the development of temples, ornaments, and tools that reflected continental influences while blending seamlessly with local traditions. As the political landscape evolved, the Yamato court also began to engage with neighboring powers in more formal ways. Envoys traveled to China, seeking recognition and knowledge from the dynasties that ruled the vast mainland. Although these interactions fluctuated over time, they helped shape Japan's emerging sense of identity and its place within a wider regional context. The adoption of continental ideas was selective, adapted to fit the needs and customs of the archipelago rather than replicated entirely. This process of adaptation would become a defining characteristic of Japanese cultural development. Within the islands, the presence of the Yamato court provided a focal point for political and spiritual life. Rituals were conducted to honor kami associated with the land, the ancestors, and the natural forces believed to shape the world. These rituals reinforced the authority of the Yamato leaders and connected communities through shared acts of reverence. The concept of ritual purity, expressed through offerings, purification rites, and seasonal ceremonies, played a central role in maintaining harmony between human society and the natural world. Yet even as the Yamato state expanded its influence, regional diversity persisted. Communities across the archipelago retained their own customs, dialects, and beliefs. While some groups quickly aligned themselves with the Yamato court, others maintained a degree of autonomy. The northern and eastern regions, in particular, remained more loosely connected to Yamato authority, with indigenous groups such as the Amishi living according to their own traditions. Over time, interactions between these groups and the Yamato court would take many forms, from trade to conflict, each contributing to the broader narrative of the nation's development. By the later stages of the Kofun period, the Yamato state had become a central force shaping the political landscape of the islands. Large tombs, elaborate grave goods, and increasingly sophisticated administrative practices reflected a society moving toward greater unity. The emergence of powerful clans, the adoption of continental influences, and the development of regional governance all contributed to a growing sense of cohesion. But this era marked only the beginning of deeper transformations to come. The next era would see the introduction of a new religion that would profoundly influence the spiritual, cultural, and political dimensions of Japanese life. It would bring administrative reforms that aimed to strengthen and centralize authority, and it would lay the groundwork for the first major capitals designed to reflect the aspirations of the leadership. As the Kofun period gave way to the Asuka period, the island stood on the threshold of an era defined by monumental change, a time when the foundations of Japanese civilization would take their more recognizable form. As the period that followed the Kofun era unfolded, the islands entered a time of profound transformation. The Asuka period, named for the region that became the center of the Yamato court, brought new ideas, new beliefs, and new structures of governance that reshaped the direction of Japanese society. It was a time when the influence of the Asian mainland reached new heights, and when political life grew increasingly sophisticated. Yet, even amid these changes, the natural landscape remained a constant presence, its quiet beauty offering a sense of continuity as society embraced new forms and possibilities. One of the most influential developments of this era was the formal introduction and spread of Buddhism. Although traces of Buddhist influence may have reached Japan earlier through trade and contact with the Korean peninsula, it was during the Asuka period that the religion took firm hold. An envoy from Baekje, one of the kingdoms on the Korean peninsula, brought Buddhist texts, images, and a message of spiritual teaching to the Yamato court. These gifts were not only religious symbols, but also expressions of diplomatic goodwill and cultural connection. The arrival of Buddhism represented a link between Japan and the wider world, offering new perspectives on life, suffering, and the pursuit of enlightenment. The introduction of Buddhism sparked intense debate among the leading clans. Some viewed it as a valuable addition to the spiritual life of the nation, providing new rituals, artistic traditions, and philosophical insights. Others feared that adopting a foreign religion could undermine the native beliefs centered on kami, spiritual forces connected to nature, ancestors, and local communities. These differing perspectives were embodied most prominently by two influential clans. The Soga clan welcomed Buddhism, embracing its teachings and recognizing its potential to strengthen ties with the mainland. The Mononobe and Nakatomi clans, on the other hand, upheld traditional practices and believed that the kami would be displeased if the foreign religion gained too much prominence. This conflict between the clans grew into a broader struggle for influence within the court. The Soga, skilled in political strategy and supported by many who saw the value of continental learning, eventually prevailed. Their rise ensured that Buddhism would take root across Japan, though it coexisted with native beliefs rather than replacing them. Temples began to dot the landscape, their wooden structures designed in architectural styles influenced by Korea and China. Monks and scholars traveled between Japan and the peninsula, bringing with them sacred texts, new methods of art and sculpture, and knowledge of rituals that enriched spiritual life. The presence of both Buddhism and native beliefs created a spiritual environment that blended two traditions into one distinctive worldview. Rituals honoring kami continued in shrines nestled among forests, rivers, and mountains. These shrines, often simple wooden structures or natural sites deemed sacred, remained central to villages and communities. People visited them to pray for good harvests, safe journeys, and protection from misfortune. At the same time, Buddhist temples offered teachings on compassion, impermanence, and the nature of suffering. The coexistence of these practices formed a spiritual identity in which multiple layers of belief interacted harmoniously. Amid these spiritual changes, the political landscape evolved as well. The Yamato court began adopting administrative practices inspired by China, informed by envoys sent to observe continental governance models. These missions exposed Japanese leaders to sophisticated systems of bureaucracy, legal codes, and philosophical traditions rooted in Confucian and Buddhist thought. One of the most influential figures in promoting these ideas was Prince Shotoku, a statesman whose vision helped shape the direction of the Yamato state. He advocated for a system of government that emphasized moral conduct, harmony, and a sense of collective responsibility. Under Prince Shotoku's guidance, the court established guiding principles that emphasized the importance of cooperation among officials and respect for hierarchical relationships. While these principles were not laws in the modern sense, they provided a framework for governance that reflected both continental influence and Japanese adaptation. Prince Shotoku also encouraged the study of Buddhism and supported the construction of temples, including some of the earliest significant Buddhist structures in the country. His efforts to strengthen diplomatic ties with China led to the dispatch of official missions that sought to deepen cultural exchange and learn from Chinese advancements in politics, technology, and scholarship. The adoption of continental administrative ideas culminated in a series of reforms that sought to centralize authority under the Yamato court. Known as the Taika reforms, these changes aimed to restructure land ownership, taxation, and regional governance. Land was declared property of the state, with the intention that it be fairly allocated to families who would cultivate it and pay taxes. Provincial governors were appointed to oversee regional administration, and systems for record-keeping and census-taking were introduced. While implementation varied and challenges remained, these reforms signaled a shift toward a more organized and unified state. During the Asuka period, artistic expression flourished, influenced by styles from the mainland but given unique local character. Sculptors carved statues of the Buddha from wood and bronze, depicting serene expressions and flowing robes. Painters created images that adorned temple walls and scrolls, capturing scenes inspired by Buddhist teachings. Artisans refined their skills in metalwork, pottery, and textiles, producing objects that reflected both beauty and practicality. The fusion of continental and native influences enriched the cultural landscape, creating an environment in which creativity thrived. Life in the countryside continued to revolve around agriculture and the cycles of nature. Farmers tended rice paddies that glistened under the sun, relying on the steady flow of water from streams and irrigation channels. Families worked together to plant, maintain, and harvest crops, sustaining their households and contributing to the broader stability of the nation. Festivals honoring local kami brought communities together, celebrating seasonal changes with songs, dances, and offerings of food. Although distant from the political developments of the court, these rural communities formed the backbone of society, providing the labor and agricultural surplus that supported the elite. The Asuka period gradually gave way to the Nara period as the court sought to build a permanent capital modeled more closely on continental examples. The decision to establish a new capital signaled a desire to refine administrative structures, centralize governance, and create a setting that reflected the aspirations of the nation. The site chosen was a broad plain where rivers flowed gently across the land, offering fertile soil and natural beauty. This place would become the city of Nara, a center of culture, religion, and political life. In the new capital, the Yamato court began to solidify many of the administrative and cultural developments that had taken root during the Asuka period. Monumental temples rose from the ground, their wooden beams and tiled roofs representing a fusion of artistic traditions. Scholars and monks gathered in these temples to study texts brought from the mainland, copying sutras by hand and preserving knowledge that would shape generations to come. The presence of the court attracted artisans, merchants, and families from across the archipelago, creating a vibrant urban environment where ideas and goods flowed freely. This era, marked by the establishment of a capital designed for governance and cultural flourishing, represented a significant step in Japan's long journey toward a more unified and organized state. Yet even within the structure of this emerging capital, the echoes of earlier periods remained, blending with new influences to form a cultural identity that was distinct, resilient, and deeply connected to the land. As the capital settled into its new home at Nara, the atmosphere of the islands shifted into a period of cultural maturity, administrative clarity, and spiritual expansion. The city itself, planned with deliberate intention, reflected a vision of order and harmony influenced by continental models, yet shaped by the natural landscape of Japan. Broad streets intersected at right angles, forming a grid that guided daily movement and structured neighborhoods. The palace complex rose at the northern end of the city, its wooden halls arranged around courtyards where officials gathered, ceremonies unfolded, and the emperor presided over matters both symbolic and administrative. The temples of Nara became some of the most significant structures the islands had yet seen. Their sweeping roofs and towering pillars reflected architectural knowledge brought from the mainland while adapting subtly to the climate and available resources of the archipelago. Within these temples, monks engaged in study, meditation, and the copying of sacred texts. Their voices, rising in the chanting of sutras, echoed through dimly lit halls scented with incense. These temples served not only as spiritual centers, but also as places of learning and cultural preservation. They housed libraries, hosted scholars, and welcomed visitors seeking guidance or refuge from the complexities of life. In this environment, Buddhism grew from a new and somewhat foreign presence into a powerful cultural force. The religion found advocates among the elite, who supported temple construction and the spread of teachings throughout the provinces. Yet Buddhism coexisted naturally with native beliefs that remained deeply woven into the daily consciousness of the people. Shrines honoring kami continued to stand in forests, by riverbanks, and near settlements. Families kept traditions that connected them to the spirits of their ancestors and the natural world. Rather than competing, the two spiritual systems blended, forming a dual tradition that emphasized both reverence for nature and the pursuit of inner transformation. Among the most monumental expressions of Buddhism's rise was the casting of the Great Buddha, a massive bronze statue housed within the temple complex of Todaiji. The effort to create this statue required extraordinary resources, labor, and craftsmanship. Metal workers collected and smelted large quantities of bronze, while artisans shaped the statue with meticulous care. The hall built to shelter it, one of the largest wooden structures of its time, stood as a testament to the combined spiritual and political authority of the court. When the statue was consecrated, the ceremony drew participants from across the nation, symbolizing the unity of the people under both spiritual and imperial guidance. While religious life flourished, the administrative systems introduced during earlier reforms grew more sophisticated. The court maintained detailed registers of households, land allotments, and taxes. Officials traveled to the provinces to oversee governance, ensuring that rice fields were tended, roads maintained, and communities functioning according to the expectations of the central government. These systems were influenced by Chinese models, but adapted to suit Japan's unique geography and social structure. The concept of land belonging ultimately to the state, though difficult to enforce fully, reflected an ideal of fairness and centralized oversight. Yet this administrative system also faced challenges. As temples accumulated land and influence, they gained exemptions from taxation that gradually weakened the central government's revenue. Aristocratic families, too, expanded their estates, consolidating control over regions where their authority overshadowed that of distant officials. Over time, these estates, known as shoin, grew into semi-autonomous units managed by local administrators who often passed their responsibilities down through generations. While the court still held symbolic authority, the intricate balance between central governance and local power began to show signs of strain. Even as political complexities developed, Nara remained a vibrant center of cultural life. Poets composed verses that captured the shifting seasons, the beauty of the natural world, and the emotions stirred by daily experience. Calligraphers refined the art of writing, shaping characters with elegance and balance. Sculptors crafted images of deities, guardians, and historical figures, blending artistic traditions from the mainland with native sensibilities. These works reflected a growing sense of identity rooted in both tradition and innovation. Outside the capital, rural communities continued to provide the foundation of society. Farmers rose early to tend rice paddies that stretched across the landscape like mirrors during the planting season. Families relied on shared labor, with tasks divided according to skill and strength. Children learned the rhythms of the seasons and the customs of their ancestors, participating in festivals that honored kami and marked the turning points of the year. While the capital exuded sophistication and ceremony, the countryside preserved a quieter world shaped by the land and the cycles that governed it. The Nara period also saw the creation of Japan's earliest written histories, which combined mythological narratives with accounts of early rulers and events. These chronicles served to legitimize the authority of the imperial family, connecting them to divine origins, and providing a sense of continuity for the nation. Although some details reflected myth rather than historical fact, these texts played a crucial role in shaping cultural memory. They offered a narrative of origins that resonated throughout society, strengthening the identity of the emerging state. Over time, however, the concentration of temples and aristocratic estates in Nara created political tensions that proved increasingly difficult to manage. Some Buddhist institutions grew wealthy and influential, occasionally involving themselves in political matters in ways that disturbed the court. As these pressures mounted, leaders began to consider whether a new capital could provide the stability and refinement they sought. The desire to distance political authority from the powerful religious institutions of Nara contributed to the decision to relocate the capital once more. The chosen site lay in a valley surrounded by gentle hills and flowing rivers, a landscape that offered a sense of calm and balance. This new capital would be designed not only for administration, but also for the cultivation of elegance, ceremony, and cultural achievement. When the court moved there, the Heian period began, a time remembered for its refinement, literary brilliance, and delicate beauty. Yet beneath the surface of its graceful world, subtle forces were beginning to gather momentum, forces that would eventually reshape the nature of governance and bring the warrior class to prominence. When the capital moved from Nara to a new city that would become known as Heian-kyo, the nation entered a period remembered for its elegance, refinement, and cultural achievement. The new capital stood upon an open plain framed by distant hills, where rivers glided through the landscape in long, gentle curves. Careful planning shaped the city's layout, with wide avenues running straight from one end to the other and blocks arranged in a symmetrical grid. The palace occupied the northern reaches of the settlement, its wooden halls connected by covered corridors above delicately raked gravel. In the early morning, thin mists drifted through the streets, softening the outlines of buildings and giving the city a sense of quiet mystery. Within this environment, the court developed a culture so refined that it came to define the spirit of the Heian period. Every aspect of noble life became an art, from the choosing of colors for layered garments that corresponded to the seasons, to the composition of poems exchanged during formal and informal encounters. A single evening of moon viewing or a glimpse of falling blossoms could inspire verses that conveyed subtle emotions or reflections on the impermanence of beauty. Courtiers learned to navigate social gatherings where communication relied as much on gesture and nuance as on spoken words. In this world, restraint, elegance, and sensitivity were considered marks of character, shaping the ideals of those who lived within the palace complex or the large residences that lined the city's avenues. Women played a vital role in shaping the cultural achievements of the period. Their diaries, poems, and tales provide some of the most insightful records of court life, capturing its intricacies with vivid detail and emotional depth. Because women of the aristocracy often had more freedom to engage in literary pursuits than men, whose responsibilities tied them to court offices, they developed a narrative style that blended introspection with keen observation. Their writings reveal the rhythm of life behind screens and in dimly lit chambers, where conversations flowed in hushed tones and emotions were expressed through carefully chosen words rather than overt action. Among the masterpieces created during this era, the tale of Genji holds a place of exceptional significance. Written by Murasaki Shikibu, a lady-in-waiting whose intellect and sensitivity shaped one of the world's earliest and most influential novels. The story follows the life of a nobleman whose experiences reflect the joys, sorrows, and complexities of Heian society. Through its graceful prose, the tale explores themes of love, loss, destiny, and the fleeting nature of existence. It offers a window into courtly life that is unmatched in its clarity, providing future generations with a deep understanding of the values, aesthetics, and emotional landscape of the age. While literature and the arts flourished within the capital, the political structure of the court grew increasingly layered and delicate. Although the emperor remained at the symbolic heart of the nation, practical authority gradually shifted into the hands of powerful aristocratic families. Among these, the Fujiwara clan rose to prominence by arranging marriages between their daughters and the imperial family, securing influence as regents and advisors. Through a combination of political skill, strategic alliances, and deep ties to court tradition, they came to guide many of the decisions made within the palace's walls. This concentration of power, while effective for a time, also created vulnerabilities. Because decision-making became entangled with family interests and court intrigue, the ability of the central government to administer distant provinces weakened. Regional leaders, once firmly tied to the court through systems of tax collection and land management, gained increasing autonomy as they oversaw large estates and withheld portions of revenue. These estates, known as shuen, operated with significant independence, gradually eroding the central authority that had been established during the Nara and Asuka periods. As power dispersed, families from outside the capital began to take on greater responsibility for maintaining order and protecting lands. These provincial families relied on warriors who possessed the skills, discipline, and familiarity with the land necessary to navigate uncertain situations. Over generations, these warriors developed identities shaped by loyalty, martial skill, and the obligations of service. Their values differed from the delicate aesthetics of the court. They lived in the countryside rather than the capital, their lives influenced by the rhythms of local communities and the demands of managing estates. Their loyalties were grounded not in poetry and ceremony, but in personal bonds and the practical realities of defense and administration. The growing reliance on warriors reflected deeper changes taking place across the archipelago. Bands of armed men emerged not only as protectors of estates, but as forces capable of influencing regional affairs. They enforced the authority of powerful clans, mediated disputes, and sometimes pursued their own ambitions. As the power of the central government weakened, these warriors gradually stepped into roles that had once been reserved for officials sent by the court. This shift in responsibility altered the balance of power between center and province, marking the beginning of a long transformation in Japanese governance. Despite these changes, court culture continued to thrive in its own enclosed world. The nobles of Heian-kyo remained focused on ceremony, artistic expression, and the preservation of traditional values. Festivals marked the passing of the seasons, with processions, music, and elaborate rituals honoring both Buddhist teachings and native spiritual practices. Priests performed ceremonies at shrines hidden in groves or perched on hillsides, offering prayers for harmony, protection, and prosperity. In the temples, monks recited sutras and guided people in understanding the teachings that promised relief from suffering and insight into the nature of existence. These spiritual practices remained fundamental to daily life, intertwining with the aesthetic values that shaped the Heian worldview. Life in rural Japan continued to unfold according to ancient patterns. Farmers rose before dawn to work the fields, planting and tending the rice upon which their communities depended. Children learned to fish in rivers, gather herbs in forests, and help with the tasks that sustained their households. Communities held festivals during planting and harvest seasons, gathering to honor the kami with offerings of food and the performance of songs and dances that strengthened social bonds. Although far removed from the intricacies of court politics, these communities formed the foundation of the nation, supporting both the cultural splendor of the capital and the power of the provincial families that administered the land. By the later years of the Heian period, the tension between the refined world of the court and the rougher, more practical world of the provinces had grown increasingly apparent. Rivalries among warrior families sharpened as they vied for influence and control. Two such families, the Taira and the Minamoto, each tracing their lineage to branches of the imperial line, expanded their power across wide regions of the country. Their rise signaled a significant turning point, as their actions began to overshadow the decisions made within the palace. These families blended aristocratic heritage with provincial strength, commanding both respect in the capital and loyalty in the countryside. Their warriors were trained in mounted archery and swordsmanship, disciplined through constant practice and bound by personal loyalty to their leaders. As they gained influence, their presence began to shift the political center of gravity away from the capital and toward the provinces. When disputes erupted over succession, ideology, and the direction of governance, these warrior families stepped into the conflict with decisive force. The increasing involvement of warriors in matters of national importance marked the beginning of a new era. Although the Heian court continued to hold ceremonial authority, its control over actual governance diminished. The cultural achievements of the era remained luminous, but the political foundation beneath them had already begun to change. The rise of the samurai, shaped by centuries of regional management and military service, signaled a shift that would define the centuries to come. As the Heian period entered its final chapters, the slow shift in political power that had been developing for generations reached a point of profound transformation. The elegant world of poems, festivals, and carefully observed rituals continued to flourish within the capital, yet its influence over the country grew increasingly fragile. Beyond the city's borders, the warrior families that had been entrusted with protecting estates and managing regional affairs expanded their reach. Their strength rested not on courtly rank, but on networks of loyalty, martial training, and the ability to respond decisively to challenges. This foundation gave them a kind of influence that refined aristocratic families, with their delicately balanced politics, could not easily match. Tensions between the major warrior clans deepened as their ambitions collided. The Taira, having risen to prominence under the leadership of men such as Taira no Kiyomori, had secured positions within the court that allowed them to influence imperial decisions. They arranged marriages, guided the succession of emperors, and controlled key offices, blending their provincial roots with newfound authority in the capital. Their ascent marked a remarkable moment in which warriors stepped into roles traditionally reserved for the aristocracy. Yet, their dominance came at a cost. Rival clans, especially the Minamoto, grew increasingly resentful of Taira authority, and their frustrations simmered beneath the surface of court politics. When disputes erupted over imperial succession, these tensions ignited into open conflict. The wars that followed, first brief uprisings and then the full-scale conflict known as the Genpei War, spread across the archipelago. Warriors loyal to each clan rode across the countryside, calling upon allies, raising armies, and confronting rivals in battles fought on plains, mountain passes, and coastal waters. Their armor, carefully crafted from lacquered plates and bound together with cords, clattered softly as they moved. Their horses, trained for combat, carried them swiftly across varying terrain. The warriors fought with bows, swords, and a sense of personal honor that guided their actions, forming a new expression of identity rooted in loyalty and martial skill. The Genpei War marked more than a struggle between two powerful families. It reflected the wider change taking place in Japanese society. Authority was shifting away from the refined yet increasingly isolated court and toward the hands of those who could command warriors and administer land. Battles brought both triumph and tragedy, altering the lives of countless families who found themselves caught between competing forces. Villages that had once known only the rhythms of planting and harvest now endured the movements of armies, the demands of provisioning warriors, and the uncertainty that accompanied conflict. The decisive moment of the war came in a dramatic battle fought on the waters of the Shimonoseki Strait. There, ships clashed as waves rolled beneath them, and arrows filled the air. The Taira, carrying with them the young heir to the throne, attempted to escape the pursuing Minamoto forces, but the tides turned against them. In the chaos of battle, many leaders of the Taira fell, and the young emperor perished in the sea, a moment that symbolized the end of an era and left a lasting imprint on the nation's memory. With their defeat, the Taira's influence vanished almost overnight. From the ashes of one clan's fall rose the enduring power of another. Minamoto no Yoritomo, having rallied the eastern provinces and forged alliances across the archipelago, emerged as the most powerful figure in the land. His victory did not return the nation to the structures that had existed before the Taira's rise. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new form of governance, shaped by the needs and character of the warrior class. Yoritomo established his base far from the refined world of the capital, in the coastal city of Kamakura. Surrounded by mountains and sea, the location offered natural defenses and symbolized a departure from centuries of court-centered authority. In Kamakura, a different atmosphere prevailed. Instead of the soft rustling of silk garments or the gentle plucking of courtly music, The sounds of training grounds filled the air. Warriors practiced mounted archery, swordsmanship, and tactical maneuvers. Blacksmiths hammered steel into blades whose craftsmanship would earn lasting reverence. Messengers rode swiftly along coastal and mountain roads, carrying orders between provinces. The rhythms of life in Kamakura reflected the determined, disciplined values of those who governed from there. Under Yoritomo's leadership, a system of governance emerged that placed practical authority firmly in the hands of the warrior class. While the emperor remained a sacred figure, descended from mythological origins and central to the rituals that shaped the spiritual identity of the nation, real power now lay with the shogun, a military leader who commanded loyalty, administered justice, and oversaw the affairs of the provinces. Yoritomo appointed stewards and constables to manage lands and maintain order, creating a network of governance that linked Kamakura to even the most distant regions. These officials were expected to uphold discipline, collect revenue, and resolve disputes, ensuring stability throughout the territories under their supervision. This new structure did not erase the traditions of earlier periods. The rituals performed at Shinto shrines continued to honor the kami of mountains, forests, and rivers. Temples remained centers of learning, meditation, and community life. Buddhist monks continued to recite sutras and guide spiritual seekers. The values cultivated in Heian-kyo, the love of beauty, the appreciation of nature's fleeting moments, the art of poetry, and the traditions of ceremony, retained their influence, even as the political landscape changed. The duality of symbolic and practical authority, which had taken shape during earlier centuries, became more pronounced. The imperial court preserved cultural continuity, while the shogunate maintained political order. In rural areas where most people lived, daily life continued to follow patterns shaped by the land and the seasons. Farmers tended rice paddies that shimmered in the sunlight during planting season and turned golden in autumn. Children helped with tasks that tied them to their families and communities. Villagers honored local kami with festivals marked by songs, dances, and offerings. These traditions had endured since ancient times, rooted in the cycles of the natural world, and they persisted regardless of which clan held power or how authority shifted between court and shogunate. Looking back across the long path of ancient Japanese history, from the early Jomon foragers who walked through forests untouched by cultivation, to the Yayoi farmers who shaped the land into rice fields, to the Kofun-era rulers whose monumental tombs rose from the earth, to the Asuka and Nara courts who embraced continental knowledge, to the Heian nobles who refined art and literature, and finally to the warriors who established a new form of governance, one can see a continuity that binds all these eras together. Each period introduced changes that reshaped society, yet each also preserved threads of earlier traditions. The beliefs in natural spirits that illuminated the Jomon worldview continued to echo in Shinto practices. The agricultural foundations laid by the Yayoi remained central to life in every era that followed. The political and spiritual authority developed in the Kofun period evolved into the imperial institution that continued to serve as the nation's symbolic heart. The continental influences of the Asuka and Nara periods enriched the culture and provided models for governance. The refined aesthetic of the Heian period shaped Japanese identity in ways that endured long after the capital's political power faded. And the emergence of the samurai provided a new structure for leadership that guided Japan into its medieval age. Thus, the close of ancient Japan is not marked by a single moment, but by a gradual merging of past and future. As the Kamakura shogunate took its place beside the imperial court, the long era of early Japan came to an end. Yet its spirit remained alive in every ritual, every harvest, every poem, and every quiet moment shaped by the natural beauty of the islands. The story of ancient Japan flows gently into the centuries that followed, carried by the enduring traditions and landscapes that shaped the identity of a people bound deeply to the land they called home.